Putain, une goutte, les gars.
Bonjour, monsieur le président.
Faites présenter les armes. Portez. South. Présentez. South.
Please, 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 please.
Là. Hop, 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 monsieur le président.
Hey Miss Météo, tu vas te calmer. Ouais, envoyer, c'est on est plus en... Le mépris. Il a raison.
Je sais pas si ça va me passer, si ça descend. J'ai peur qu'il arrive à la foulée. Non, mais par exemple, 17.
Hein? Non mais déjà en plus si vous voulez rentrer c'est Macron qui va dire eh bien c'est clair.
Bienvenue à vous. Voilà, heureux d'accueillir à nouveau le président élu Donald Trump à Paris pour cette réouverture de Notre-Dame 5 ans après. Il était président à l'époque quand le feu a pris la cathédrale, je m'en souviens. President, I just say it's a great honor for French people to welcome you 5 years later. And you were at that time present for the first time. And I remember the solidarity and your immediate reaction. So, welcome back again.
Thank you very much.
We are very happy to have you here.
Thank you very much. Very great honor. And we had a great relationship, as everyone knows. We accomplished a lot together. And the people of France are spectacular. I guess it's one of our largest groups in the United States, French people. And we respect them and we love them. Very talented people. Extremely energetic people, as you know very well.
Yeah.
And it's an honor to be here. We had a good time together, and we had a lot of success, really great success working together on defense and offense too. And it certainly seems like the world is going a little crazy right now, and we'll be talking about that. Thank you very much for being here.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Donald Trump arriving at the Elysee Palace. The red carpet was out, the Christmas tree is of course out, and there was a guard of honour. President-elect Trump's first major appearance on the world stage since being elected president. Inauguration, of course, in January. He is in Paris because of that reopening of Notre-Dame Cathedral. And a reminder that President Trump just said we've had a great relationship, referring to the relationship between the US and with President Macron. And as I said, they are meeting because up to 50 dignitaries are gathering at Notre-Dame Cathedral this evening for the reopening of that extraordinary cathedral ravaged by fire. Let's talk more about President-elect Trump being in Paris, meeting with President Macron. Our international affairs editor Dominic Waghorn is following all of these developments and joins me live from the French capital. So, Dominic, first time we're seeing President-elect Trump, soon to be President Trump yet again on the world stage since his election. What do you think they're going to be discussing, President Macron and Trump?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's more than a month away from returning to power, but he is back on the world stage now, I think, with this visit in earnest. He's just arrived here at the Elysee Palace, pulled in a solitary large American vehicle, was welcomed on the steps there by Emmanuel Macron, and then they went into the building. I just got the tail end, I think, of those short remarks we heard from the President, Macron, and from his guest, Donald Trump, saying the French people were spectacular and that he had a very close relationship with Macron. Macron was first out of the box in his first term in office, Donald Trump's first term in office, when he was invited to the Bastille Day parade celebrations in July 2017, when the West didn't quite know how to respond to Donald Trump becoming president. And the impression we had back then was that it went down very well with Donald Trump, who does love pomp and circumstance and pageantry. It's sort of like catnip to the president re-elect. And he seemed very happy as he came here with a full honour guard playing for him, and he was taken up the red carpet and into the palace. As we say, that relationship that began very well between Macron and Trump in his first term in office did become pretty strained over issues like NATO and other geopolitical issues. Macron was clearly trying to get ahead of everyone else, laying on this kind of charm offensive for Donald Trump, and he'll be trying to influence his thinking, most of all, of course, about Ukraine. There is concern amongst Western leaders about Donald Trump's efforts, and he's made it very clear he wants to see the Ukraine war brought to an end as soon as possible through negotiations. He said he can do so within 24 hours. That's assumed to be exaggeration, characteristically Trumpian hyperbole, but he's very keen, it seems, to bring about negotiations, and the concern amongst his allies is that could allow Vladimir Putin to walk away from negotiations with some of his war aims realised. So I think it's very important for world leaders, Western leaders, to try and get in before he gets into the White House and try and shape the way he thinks about the war and how he might begin his approach to the conflict in Ukraine. So we expect that will be part of the conversation, but I expect really it's all about trying to sort of renew and rekindle that relationship that, as I say, started very well in Trump's first term in office, although it did become rather fractious later on.
And while you were speaking, some more lines are coming into us on what they said, including, as you said, in his own Trumpian way. He said the world is going a little bit crazy right now. Might be a bit of an understatement, but he's not wrong, is he, Dom? And today we've seen those rapid developments in Syria. He is apparently reported to have said that the US shouldn't be getting involved, and that's a real hallmark of his, isn't it, for the presidential campaign, that he claims that he can stop all the wars in the world, and he doesn't think there should be any.
Yeah, exactly. On the way to the palace here, he tweeted this, or I think he put it on his his Truth Social website and platform. He said, "Syria is a mess, but is not our friend. And the United States, in capitals here, he says, should have nothing to do with it. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved." And that is, as you say, characteristic of Donald Trump, who's made it very clear he wants to see America not involved in wars overseas and not getting stuck into conflicts he doesn't believe are Americans' business. But as you say, his visit here today is being overshadowed by this extraordinary news, it seems, in Syria, where it looks like the Assad regime is imploding, and it's just a matter of time before it falls from power.
Dom, live from the Elysee Palace in Paris. Thank you. You're watching Sky News. We are following all of the developments today from Syria and from Paris. Donald Trump, president-elect, is in Paris. We're keeping across that. Stay tuned.
Ah oui, moi j'attends jusqu'à 5h10, 5h15, après je m'en vais. Quelle heure là? Il est presque 5h là, non?
Et à partir de 17h15.
Tu vois, les mecs, ils sont pas revenus, donc il vient pas tout de suite. Hein. Tu restes? Parce que si tu restais, tu pourrais m'envoyer quelques photos. Bon, allez. Bon, les jeunes, à bientôt.
jours par an, c'est-à-dire qu'ils sont toujours un par le Ah, ils font le bouge... Pourquoi ils font autant de temps sur la tour de table? Surtout que si on a des couches AFP, c'est ce que raconte. Est-ce que je peux appuyer 2 secondes sur toi? Ça me dérange pas. Si on a les couches AFP de ce que raconte Trump, c'est-à-dire qu'ils sont toujours à la ministre et que les journalistes sont aussi là-bas.
Ah oui, tu m'avais dit, oui, exact. J'étais pas loin d'Alain Delon, alors. Ouais, j'étais pas loin. Ils vont décaler à Notre-Dame, tu rigoles. Ils décaleront pas à Notre-Dame, c'est le diocèse. Ah non, ils vont raccourcir les entretiens. Non, Notre-Dame, tu vois, ils vont décaler à l'intérieur. Tu crois? Ah oui, bon, c'est bon.
Nous développons des solutions innovantes pour que production agricole et production d'électricité cohabitent en deux. C'est ce qu'on appelle l'agrivoltaïsme.
J'ai découvert l'agrivoltaïsme au cours d'un séjour en Californie. Mon exploitation est soumise à des aléas climatiques de plus en plus importants, donc je me suis intéressé parce que j'ai vu là un moyen d'aider à la pérennisation.
Lorsqu'on construit un projet comme celui-ci, on le fait avec l'agriculteur. On récupère ses besoins pour mieux adapter la technologie. Ici, nous avons choisi les panneaux verticaux qui nous permettent de capter l'énergie solaire des deux côtés, tout en ayant une très faible emprise au sol.
Ces panneaux fonctionnent un petit peu comme des... On crée un microclimat en réduisant le vent, mais aussi en favorisant l'eau. Premier signe d'un mal de gorge plus intense et sans fièvre, et c'est les strepsils. Sa formule antiseptique agit localement contre certains virus responsables des maux de gorge et apaise l'irritation. Strepsils, dès les premiers symptômes. Tout médicament peut exposer à des risques. Parlez-en à votre pharmacie.
C'est l'heure des boîtes rurales. Des petits plaisirs et des immenses plaisirs. Avec Axe Parfum, retrouvez la truite fumée au bois de hêtre à 3,99 €. Carrefour, on a tous droit au meilleur prix.
Regarde les sportifs, regarde comment il s'appelle Marchand il est pareil, hein. Marchand du coup. Oui, ah oui, tous, hein. Avec certaines, hein. T'as vu les campagnes de pub. Même la fait avec Dior. Maintenant, je sais pas si tu vois, si il a toujours avec Dior. Je sais pas.
Dans le cadre. Ça suffit. Ça suffit. Ah ouais, je peux pas. Avec le pouls américain. Je peux pas rajouter après par-dessus toi si tu tailles un truc.
Ouais, si je...
Voilà.
C'est pas celle-là.
Très bien, la cime.
C'est ma petite sœur qui m'a ramené du Japon en plus. Bah moi généralement je coupe la queue, mais elles sont tellement formatées nos bananes. Mais dans un monde de merde. Voilà. Conclusion, c'est tout pour moi. Merci. Allez, ciao. Je n'ai plus d'eau, j'ai très soif.
Bon, allez, ils vont faire du
ça peut aller vite, hein.
On bombarde tout. Atomique, atomique, atomique.
Ah, t'es indépendant. Ah, toi t'es comment? Tu es allé. Ah, mais oui, c'est toi.
En fait, c'est une conf de presse.
Non, mais le pool en fait, c'est un sentiment.
Ah ouais.
Oui, un petit peu. Pas trop les Fashion Week, mais j'aimerais bien. On fait et il y en a ça, mais pour l'instant, c'est un truc perso, mais si tu veux, ouais. Et
c'est pas mal ça.
la musique,
ouais, j'en sais des
c'est moi qui faisais la musique et tout, mais là j'ai décidé de laisser un petit peu le live, parce que c'est pas mal, je trouve, la garde républicaine, et après il y a le silence total, avec clic, 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 clic. J'espère que ça va le faire. Oui, c'est ma première fois où j'ai fait non, et arrivement comme ça.
Oh là là, mais qu'est-ce que c'est exceptionnel. Mais tu es putain, waouh. Ouais. Moi je nous embaucherais. Moi je m'embaucherais. Voilà. C'est bien.
l'ascenseur bientôt. C'est un personnage. C'était un personnage. C'est pas la même que tout à l'heure.
Justement avec Martin Lorenz, charpentier de Notre-Dame, et sa fiancée Jade, ils sont très amoureux et dans quelques mois, ils vont se marier ici à Notre-Dame.
Oui, Martin et Jade. Martin, vous étiez donc charpentier ici pendant 2 ans et un jour, vous avez eu une sorte de révélation pendant que vous travailliez.
C'était il y a exactement 2 ans, le 7 décembre 2022, on était sur la page de l'épinal des magnifiques chaînes de Notre-Dame. Et c'est en façonnant à la hache ces magnifiques chaînes que j'ai eu une pensée pour Jade, une amoureuse, de me marier avec elle. Donc la pensée m'est venue comme une révélation pendant le travail à la hache. Et je me suis demandé, bon, il faut qu'on se marie, il va nous falloir une église. Et c'est à ce moment même que je me suis dit, une église, pourquoi pas une cathédrale. Et c'était évident que je travaillais pour Notre-Dame de Paris. Donc c'est de là qu'il est venu il y a 2 ans.
And the other heads of states will also be meeting with President-elect Donald Trump. They're all supposed to be arriving here in about an hour's time. President Macron will greet his guests, 1,500 of them, along with his wife. And then the service will begin. And it will begin by the Archbishop of Paris knocking on the great doors of Notre-Dame behind me with his wooden staff, his crozier, which is made from pieces of wood that collapsed in that fire of 5.5 years ago. He will knock on the door, a psalm will be sung, and this will happen 3 times before the doors actually open. The Archbishop will then lead a procession inside, and then once inside there will be 3 parts to the service. The first is the reawakening of the organ, as it's called. The organ itself wasn't damaged by water or the fire, but its 8,000 pipes were coated in lead dust. They had to be dismantled and cleaned and then reassembled, and the whole thing's been tuned at night over the last 6 months. So the Archbishop of Paris will have a dialogue, as it's called. He will address the organ 8 times, and in response 3 of the organists will improvise a response. Following on from that, there will then be what is known as the chanting of the office, where we'll hear psalms and prayers, a reading, and a very well-known hymn called the Magnificat, which is specifically precious to this cathedral and Catholicism in general, but it's associated with the liberation of Paris. And then finally, the final part of the service will be the final blessing and the singing of a hymn called Te Deum. That's something it's a hymn that dates back to the 4th century. It's a hymn of thanksgiving and praise. And then following on from that, we expect to hear from President Macron. We also expect to hear from the Pope in a video message. He couldn't be here today. And then following on from that, there will be departures back to the Élysée, Paris, where there'll be a dinner for the heads of state. But back here at Notre-Dame, things don't completely finished. There will be a concert with world-class musicians taking place. And that is all ahead of the inaugural Mass tomorrow, in which the altar inside the cathedral will be consecrated. And that marks what's known as the octave, 8 days of celebration from tomorrow rather, until the 15th of December, when the world is allowed back into Notre Dame to witness its remarkable, let's face it, restoration.
Adele, thank you. Okay, let's bring you these pictures from the Élysée Palace. We've heard from President Macron and Donald Trump. We're going to listen in on what they had to say.
Voilà, heureux d'accueillir à nouveau le président élu Donald Trump à Paris pour cette réouverture de Notre-Dame 5 ans après. Il était président à l'époque quand le feu a pris la cathédrale, je m'en souviens. President, I just say it's a great honor for French people to welcome you 5 years later. And you were at that time president for the first time. And I remember the solidarity and your immediate reaction. So, welcome back again.
Well, thank you very much.
We are very happy to have you here.
Thank you very much. Very great honor. And we had a great relationship, as everyone knows. We accomplished a lot together. And the people of France are spectacular. I guess it's one of our largest groups in the United States, French people. And we respect them and we love them. Very talented people, extremely energetic people, as you know very well. Yeah. And it's an honor to be here. We had a good time together, and we had a lot of success, really great success working together on defense and offense too. And it certainly seems like the world is going a little crazy right now. Yeah. And we'll be talking about that. Thank you very much for being here.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
And a reminder that we will have live coverage of Notre Dame's grand reopening from 5:30 p.m. live here on Sky News. Of course, that's Donald Trump meeting with President Macron. We've got to hear what they had to say clearly there. And Donald Trump's also meeting with Prince William. We'll bring you pictures of that as and when we get it too. No.
Quasiment 850 millions d'euros qui ont été récoltés. Il y a aussi des enfants du monde entier qui ont envoyé des dessins pour montrer leur attachement à Notre-Dame de Paris. Ça, c'était aussi important de rappeler.
Je vais vous dire ce qui m'a touché le plus, c'est qu'il y a eu 340 000 petits dons, des donateurs individuels. En général,
un Français sur 200, je crois, a fait un don pour Notre-Dame.
En général, quand vous faites une collecte, si vous voulez, c'est toujours 20 000 personnes qui participent quand le Louvre lève des fonds. Et là, pour Notre-Dame de Paris, des gens très simples, d'ailleurs ça m'a valu quelques difficultés, des contacts très précis avec Notre-Dame, parce que les gens disaient, parce qu'à un moment on m'a annoncé qu'il fallait faire des chèques à l'ordre de trésor public. J'ai tout oublié, parce que c'est là où volent les impôts. Et donc les gens m'ont écrit en me disant, mais vous défendez le patrimoine, on vous les envoie. Donc après, j'ai dû aller voir le seigneur qui va de Dumas, et j'ai fait le chèque, et je disais, bon, mais comment on fait? Alors, tous les petits dons des gens avec des 5 euros, 10 euros. Et c'est à eux que je pense, tous ces gens qui ont participé. Alors, je vois qu'il y a des images, parce que monsieur...
Non, on attend l'arrivée du président Zelenskyy. Vous savez ce qu'on va faire? On va redonner la parole à Jean-Charles de Castelbajac dans quelques secondes. On va en profiter pour marquer une pub, quelques minutes, et on se retrouve juste après avec nos invités ici en direct. À tout de suite.
À partir de 19 1885.
La cérémonie, donc je pense qu'à 18h Macron n'est plus là. Donc voilà. Rapport chef. Hein? Ouais. Ouais. Voilà, c'est ça, ouais.
Arrête, c'est moi le problème. Mets-toi devant moi.
Ciao, des bisous.
On change.
Ciao, merci, salut.
Je sais pas.
T'as dit quoi?
C'était l'ancien des lanceurs.
En gros, elle me dit, ouais, il y a
l'ancien, je respecte.
il y a
Prenez nos places.
Si tu veux à l'iPhone, tu vois.
3 qui vont me dire.
Non mais oui, bah oui, hein, c'est pas normal, les iPhones, le principe c'est pour nous. Allez-y, hein. Mais ouais, mais
là, je vous ai pas gêné, moi. Vous.
La première fois, c'était vous.
non, mais madame est devant, moi j'aimerais bien devant. Ouais, c'est simple.
Le triangle
On fait pas un photographe.
Et après, ouais, on photographe.
Non, mais des bénasses.
Est-ce que tu vas autant
Vidéo et photo. Vidéo et photo. Madame, en principe, c'est réservé aux photographes.
Attends, mais c'est pas nous.
On va aller faire poser une plaque à machin et puis ça va faire des comme ça.
Ça change rien?
Alors que eux, mais franchement, des trucs bleus, des trucs.
Regarde, vas-y, me positionne pas comme ça, je veux pas. Regarde, je reste là, c'est bon?
Je me passerai des.
Arrête, arrête.
Mon ongle, il est dégueulasse. T'as déjà eu ça, genre un ongle fondu, là? fois qu'il fasse des conneries. Mais qu'est-ce que t'as fait au chien, putain?
Tu veux que je te dise?
Putain, heureusement que c'est pas mis sur BFM, les gars. C'est pas possible.
Bon, allez, se dépêche là, j'ai la Star qui arrive.
Il écoute pas aussi, toi. Je dirais pas laquelle, je vous ai dit une fois, je vais pas vous dire d'autres fois. Quel mytho celui-là. Eh vraiment ça. C'est sympa de vous en plus, c'est qu'il dirait pas.
Bien, ouais. Moi j'y suis allé, je crois qu'ils l'ont installé pour les JO. Et depuis ils l'ont laissé, mais en vrai je trouve ça. C'est pas cool.
Non, il pleut pas.
C'est joli. C'est vrai pour une fois. C'est vraiment Monsieur Météo.
C'est pas mal, hein? Ça commence à faire. Ah bon?
Je trouve que leurs bottes elles sont
Ça a
artistiques.
été fait il y a une semaine.
Leurs bottes elles sont stylées.
Là, tu l'as fait toi d'ailleurs. On a vu des photos de l'intérieur de Notre-Dame sur Getty. Je croyais que tu étais Getty. Je croyais que tu étais.
Et ça file droit, moi je te dis.
Toutes les photos sur Getty étaient toi. Ah oui, c'était Pascal, oui, c'est marrant.
Tu pourras pas dire que c'est pas le tien.
Ça lui a pas fait bizarre de pas avoir tapis rouge tous les deux.
Ils ont illuminé le sapin de Noël. Waouh. Amazing, wow.
Il est poli, alors. Ouais, si. Et encore moins. Maintenant, je suis pas à 6. Ça monte pas au-dessus de 4-5, le boîtier. C'est pas faire. Allez.
Ils l'accueillent pas? Attends, mais ils font pas un truc.
Oui, mais bon.
Parce qu'il y a
Son téléphone il est baissé. Pardon, oui, pardon. C'est un genre de photographe aujourd'hui.
Qui ça?
Oui, bien. Oui, moi aussi. Pareil.
Je sais pas quoi.
Tu mettras du texte derrière.
Bah si, quand il y a pas plus.
Excuse-moi.
Il y a lui d'autre. Ouais, tu me dégages tout le monde. Je fais l'air-retour, je reviens là-bas.
Ouais, mais.
Sans nous
Là, je passe le téléphone si tu veux.
Non, c'est ta tête qui.
Non, pas.
Ouais, si tu te mets là, c'est pas possible.
Non, parce que. Mais là, je vais gêner eux.
Bah, donc, du coup, tu préfères nous
le reste,
donner
en fait, si je bouge, je vais gêner les autres. C'est légèrement recouvert. Juste.
Ouais.
Voilà. Toi, tu fais filmer en bas ou là? Là, comme ça? Ouais, voilà. Parce qu'en fait, j'ai l'impression que vous filmez moi en fait.
Bah, en fait, justement, on aimerait de pas te filmer, c'est pour ça. C'est ça le truc.
C'est ma faute.
Bah,
oui, c'est ma faute. Je mets ton rôle, tu verras mieux. Bah, j'aimerais bien avoir la face là-haut.
Bah, si tu veux, je te fais une face, y'a aucun problème, viens.
Non, c'est bon là?
D'un autre côté.
Bah, viens si tu veux.
Je vais gérer le message. Vous me dites, franchement, ça y est.
On est meilleur, on travaille sous la pluie. Ça fait plus de temps que ça.
Faites présenter les armes. Portez.
Il arrive en
Sabre. Présentez. Sabre.
Monsieur le Président.
side, please.
Thank you.
L'élégance à la française.
C'est beau, c'est beau.
Je pense que la photo c'est pas même.
Portez. Stop. Reposez. Stop. Faites au repos.
Il est pas accueilli de sortir après la
Qui va faire la photo, tu peux les faire. Non, c'est zéro. Faut espérer la sortie.
T'as perdu la...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Ça y est, c'est parti pour la fois.
Non, mais je crois que quand tu regardes BFM là-bas, non.
Non, de toute façon, Trump, la voiture, elle va venir jusque-là.
Macron, messieurs, dames.
Sérieux? Non, c'est une blague. Non.
C'est vrai?
C'est vrai?
Ah, tu crois qu'il faut mettre la contre de vrai? Bah arrêtez. Non, non. Je crois que c'est vrai, arrête.
Donald Trump, in the middle, President Macron, and on the right, President Zelenskyy. They are meeting in the Elysee Palace, and it was reported just about an hour ago that they are due to have a trilateral meeting. Context, of course, that President Trump has on multiple occasions reminded us that he is an ally to Russia as well as Ukraine, and that he wants to see an end to the war in Ukraine. So clearly, President Zelenskyy taking this opportunity to attend the Elysee Palace and speak with President-elect Donald Trump, with the presence of President Macron, world leaders, up to 50 of them gathering in Paris today, of course, for the reopening of Notre-Dame. And there they are posing for the cameras. And if we hear from them, we will bring you that as and when we get any kind of audio from any of these meetings. We are bringing that to you. Earlier, we brought you what both President Macron and President-elect Donald Trump had to say. Keeping an eye on this trilateral meeting at Elysee Palace in Paris for you. And we'll bring that to you live here on Sky News as and when we get it. Okay,
C'est pas nous, hein. Daphné qui te connaît très bien, non, c'est pas nous. Elle se marre un peu. C'est l'idée de la négociation, on n'aurait pas fait la raison que je souris. Ils vont monter ici dans la voiture de... Macron, il est sur la première voiture. Ah, c'est logique. Ah, je la voyais pas. Ah oui. À chacun sa voiture. Bah oui. C'est un bêtise. Ça fait pas partie en voiture. Donc non. Non. La voiture. Non. C'est la voiture du produit. Ah ouais, c'est PC. Sur l'iPhone. Je sais pas si c'est la même plaque, mais c'est le même modèle. Non.
Hein?
Il n'y a rien derrière.
Ouais.
Ça arrive.
Ouais, bah comme tout le médiateur, il va arrêter là. Je traduis texto ou on fait comment?
Ces voitures-là, elles sont pas blindées ou quoi? Et comment il fait pour les transporter? Il en a dans chaque pays?
Ouais, vaccination, d'accord.
J'enlève. Je crois que c'est pour...
Quelqu'un qui va faire le coup des drapeaux pour leur donner des reins ou pas? Charles, la Palestine.
Sur la grille de départ.
On essaie de les faire en haut.
En fait, il faut qu'on donne deux chances.
Ouais, je suis arrêté. Tu sais, des fois, il y en a un qui part devant.
Elle a annulé. Alors, je prends derrière.
Il y a un peu plus de lumière.
Celui-là ou qui?
Adresse ou
Adresse. Ouais.
Tu préfères Ursula en Grèce ou Vander de Leyen?
En Grèce. Je vois pas comment à quoi elle ressemble, mais après. Non? Oui, elle aura tout, mais en Grèce, non. Non. Ah oui, Ursula en Grèce, oui, oui, oui. Oui, 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 elle est pas oui. La question se pose pas, hein, Christian. Christian, t'as pas lu l'article dans le Nouvel Obs? Si, si. C'est la fille de François Colli. Ouais, ouais, j'ai vu là, j'ai vu le papier. Qui c'est lui là?
chaud et nous on est sous la pluie. Je pense qu'on va faire, c'est qu'on va marcher jusqu'à Madeleine après. Enfin, c'est dans la rue. Ouais. Et prendre un tacos là-bas. Madeleine, c'est quoi? C'est à 14. C'est encore plus loin. Avec ça, hein? Bah non, laisse tomber, on va à Madeleine et puis on prend un tacos, même si c'est pas son. Ah ouais, il ramène beaucoup. En plus, il n'y a même pas de hanse dans le trou du pied, c'est trop chiant.
C'est bien, c'est vert aussi.
Trilateral meeting inside the Elysee Palace. We'll bring you more on that as and when we get it. Stay tuned here to Sky News.
J'ai du mal à comprendre l'intérêt là, c'est quoi le. Pourquoi ils changent?
Les mettre les duos, il y a un truc. Ah ouais. Et après, il y a des petits qui arrivent avec des drapeaux et ils donnent un retard maintenant. Il faut bien passer le temps qui a gagné.
Là, il m'a passé vite là, hein. Je pense qu'il va pas tarder. Hein.
Tu vois, quand pas Zelenskyy, bah tu l'auras. Hein. Ah bah oui.
Moi, c'est pareil, j'ai 40, 400.
En l'air?
Il y a de la
Mets-toi là.
Mets-toi là.
réaction assistée là-dessus. Non, attends, pour le là, il fait là. Non, il veut pas jouer.
Tu vois si.
Mais pas comme ça. Regarde, je
pense qu'il y en a un qui s'est référencé. Ah ouais, c'est comme ça.
C'est bon?
Là, ce sera pas possible de monter là-dessus. Ouais.
Et je peux pas faire autre chose.
Bah ouais.
Attends, on va voir.
Ouais, le triangle de...
Non, désolé, là, ce sera pas possible. Vraiment.
C'est bon?
Non, justement, pas de la
Là,
carte.
tu filmes pas, passe là-bas.
Ouais, je filme pour les réseaux, ouais.
Passe là, mettre là.
Je filme pour les réseaux.
Oui, mais mettre là.
Non, moi je suis très bien à ma place. Et par contre, toi, tu peux pas te déplacer.
Ah ouais, Poutine il y avait une ambiance. Pourquoi ça t'est fini?
Bah oui, il faut rappeler, mais tu peux pas te mettre devant nous parce qu'il y a sa tête là. Là, c'est l'effet domino, c'est...
Comment?
Je peux baisser derrière.
Merci.
Tu te remets là-bas?
Comment?
Tu mets pas là?
Non. Je mets là,
Ah oui. Là, oui, là. Tu veux pas te mettre devant moi en mode normal? Non. Avec l'appareil, ça va pas le faire.
Non, mais
Attends, je veux pas. Ouais. Dis-moi, hein.
ouais. Tu lèves pas.
Ça arrive, les gars.
Attendez, il y a la dame importante qui rappelle.
Non. Elle est pas là.
Hein?
President-elect Donald Trump and President Macron and President Zelenskyy have been meeting. They are having a trilateral meeting. Clearly, President Zelenskyy taking this opportunity to meet the next and new president of the United States. And that, of course, as up to 50 dignitaries unite in Paris for the reopening of the Notre-Dame Cathedral. After that, fire ravaged it. Stay tuned to Sky News. We're going to bring you that ceremony live with Jonathan Samuels.
Non, on s'inquiétait. T'as froid?
Ouais, les sorties, c'est rond.
Bon, t'as encore 20 minutes devant toi. Passe 2-3 coups de fil.
Bah ouais, ça s'enlève pas ce genre de conneries.
Bah alors,
Non, je l'ai fait entourer avec... Non.
alors, qu'est-ce que je peux mettre d'autre?
Non, je suis allé en Thaïlande, là où j'étais dans le même hôtel que toi.
Ah oui, oui, oui.
Et du coup,
Sunset Hill.
et il y a un repris qui, en fait, il a gardé sa gloire, mais pour pas que ce soit fait que ça te saute aux yeux, il a fait un petit peu.
C'était
Parce que ça a moitié.
Son manteau
rouge là.
Qu'est-ce que c'est bien?
Ah, il est chiant, mais
Stop au body shaming.
Et puis en plus, nous, on prenait des clics sur leur bar.
Ouais.
Et en fait, on était 5, du coup, ça s'arrêtait jamais. Et ils nous laissaient que du bar. Ils nous disaient, bon, allez, on va se coucher. Et le lendemain, on arrive au petit-déj, il y avait encore tout le cadavre de la veille.
Non, mais ouais, cette île est incroyable. Je suis allé 2 fois.
Bah, le nord-ouest, là où on est.
Ouais, mais t'as des endroits entiers où c'est découpé par bateau, ça fait la
Ouais, non. Au jour de l'an, à Samoué, j'ai vu.
Ah, t'y étais quoi?
Non, c'était le camping des choses. C'était hallucinant. J'ai un pote qui a mis c'est pour ça que quand sur les manifs, je me reposais. Ça dort de quoi?
C'est de week-end. Et on regarde les
Slightly rainy. So this is
Très important.
Yeah, I know. Yes, yes. Thank you. Bonsoir, bonsoir. C'est Bertie qui est là. Bonsoir. La composition. Ah oui. Bonjour madame. Bonjour. Isabelle, mon époux.
Oui, alors bon. Et on aime beaucoup.
Robert. Bonjour. La spéciale pour nous, parce que nous aussi, c'est la cathédrale. Les francophones.
Oui, je la connais. Oui, c'est vrai. Alors, j'ai été beaucoup lui remonter le moral au début.
Mathias, comment est-ce que c'est
Hi, good to see you. Yeah, this is my wife Heidi. We saw each other.
On va vous laisser vous diriger là-bas parce que sinon on va prendre 3 jours.
Ouais.
Je suis à l'antenne.
Great honor for us.
Je suis au rouge depuis un peu de temps, je sais pas si c'est une erreur de rouge. Je suis rouge. D'accord, la capteur, elle a le rouge en continu. Tu peux mettre depuis tout à l'heure.
C'est le président estonien. Reposez. Stop. Repos.
Faut qu'il m'enlève le rouge du pouce.
Oh.
Et par ailleurs, voilà, ils disent qu'il va être ça dans 15 minutes.
Ouais, mais ça, c'est parce que. Je veux tout là.
what might be possible, but I think it's still a surprise it happened. And so quite ambitious diplomacy by Macron, given that there is concern about Donald Trump and the fact that he wants to end the Ukrainian war as quickly as possible, probably not within 24 hours, as he said on the campaign trail, but he wants it to end with negotiations. And the fear amongst Western allies of America is that Russia could walk away from negotiations if they are too hasty and too much stacked against Ukraine, with some of Vladimir Putin's war aims realised. So there's a real sort of clear intention by Macron to try and forge a kind of consensus. So some creative diplomacy going on here, and also we're seeing the first Western leader to welcome Donald Trump before his presidency, and I think this obviously marks Donald Trump's return to the world stage. And we'll have to see whether this charm offensive has any success in rekindling that special relationship between Macron and Trump, and also whether it is able to lead to the sort of creative diplomacy that Western leaders would like to see, worried as they are about Donald Trump's approach to Ukraine. We've also heard from Donald Trump a very lengthy tweet about what's happening in Syria, where it seems the Assad regime is disintegrating, and he says that it looks as though, this is Donald Trump tweeting, that Assad may be having to leave Syria, and he says Russia is being forced out of Syria. So I'm not sure he knows something that we don't. It's not entirely clear what Russia's going to do. Obviously a very close ally of Bashar al-Assad, along with the Iranians propping Assad up. But certainly Trump looking at that, predicting that both Assad and Russia will be forced out of Syria, but also saying that America should stay out of what's going on there. It has nothing to do with America, and it shouldn't get involved.
OK, Dominic, in Paris for now, thank you very much. Proceedings have been delayed somewhat, pouring with rain, as you can see in Paris. Some of the ceremony was due to take place outside. I think President Macron was due to address the public outside the cathedral, inside that big glass marquee that's been erected, as you can see. But I think things have changed because of the weather, the windy weather affecting Paris as well. And all the event will now take place inside the cathedral. You remember, of course, that day when it caught fire. Parisians rushed to the scene. TV viewers around the world all watching horrified on the evening of April the 15th, 2019, as the spire and the roof collapsed in that fire and threatened the main bell towers. Indeed, the whole structure was under threat at one stage. But thankfully, the Paris firefighters were on the scene quickly and managed to rescue what they could. But it was a very dark day indeed for the French capital. Today, of course, the absolute opposite. It will be a day of joy and thanksgiving once that ceremony gets underway. Well, I'm joined in the studio by our royal correspondent, Laura Bundock, along with our events commentator, Alistair Bruce. Lovely to see you both. Laura, perhaps we can turn to you first. Prince William, due in Paris to take part in proceedings. He was only yesterday at that carol concert, wasn't he, with Kate and the children. And he's there because he's representing his father.
That's right. He is here on behalf of the King at the request of the government. We think this invitation came in quite late because we only found out about it yesterday that he was going to be making the journey to Paris to mark the reopening of Notre-Dame. So we think it was a late request from the Foreign Office. But the Prince of Wales there, where he is due to hold meetings with both Donald Trump and Dr. Jill Biden. We understand that due to the bad weather, though, that meeting with Jill Biden has now been delayed. They will now meet at the ceremony itself. He has, of course, met them both quite recently. Certainly Jill Biden, he met in June at the D-Day commemorations in northern France. But you have to look back to 2019 when he last met Donald Trump. And he's, of course, the first member of the royal family to meet the man who will be the next president of the US. So that meeting taking place. And we understand the two of them will talk about the importance of the special relationship, that special relationship between the US and the UK. But the King himself, although he visited the restoration project back in September last year on his state visit to France, won't be here in person. Instead, it'll be Prince William. And another example, I think, of seeing Prince William as a statesman, if you like, stepping up onto the world stage, representing the UK at these important occasions, which see so many heads of state gathering.
Indeed. Paris
Looks wonderful, Alistair, doesn't it? Even in the pouring rain, as we're looking at live pictures before that ceremony begins. First Mass is happening tomorrow, I understand, in Notre-Dame. First Mass since the building has been restored. What can we expect this evening?
What they're applying here is the tradition of what would occur with a new church. In a sense, Notre-Dame, which has this ancient history of being a place of worship way before Christianity, I mean, when it was a temple of Jupiter, but of course it was burnt down so recently, and it's been rebuilt. So they're going to start with opening the doors, then the organ will be brought to life, then there will be a period of observing the liturgy or the sound of prayers and song, and then finally a blessing. So it will be the launching again, and then tomorrow they will consecrate the altar, starting an 8-day period, making it what it will be, which is, again, the cathedral at the heart of France. And it is interesting because this provides the president with a chance to bring together representatives of nations across the world who have been, right from the moment this great edifice was marked by fire, it has been at the heart of this great revival program. And so many countries gave their goodwill and wished France well in the rebuilding of what is an icon of its nationhood. It sits on the tiny island in the middle of the river that passes through Paris called the Ile-de-France, and actually at the convergence for the President of France of the point where all the roads used to go from north to south, east to west. And so as the President arrives, who's very much the host for this, it was his determination to see the cathedral revived as it has been over the last 5 years, bringing together some of the finest of craftspeople from across his nation and across the world to ensure that out of the ashes has come this phoenix of a rebuilt Gothic cathedral. And, you know, this was one of the great earliest Gothic cathedrals built back and completed in the 1130s, or started in the 1130s. It's actually in 1163. It was built by the bishop then, Maurice de Sully. He was determined with his own money to build a great Gothic cathedral. And it's so spectacular because it was the first time in the Middle Ages that they were able to create a building that held so much light within it and had walls that were so thin due to the way in which they cantilevered the flying buttresses, these sort of arches that lean out, that held the thrust and power of the weight of the roof so delicately. So, welcomed by the Prime Minister of France, Michel Barnier, who has recently offered his resignation to the President. This, of course, comes at quite an interesting time for France politically, but nothing will be in the way of the nation of France celebrating the revival of this great cathedral.
What does it mean for the people of France? I mean, it's more than just a landmark in the city, isn't it?
It is. At the very heart of it was the dedication to Mary, the Mother of Christ, the Virgin Mary. And so being called our Mary, it is Our Lady at the centre of the Christian faith. And for those who are waiting inside the cathedral, many well-known people who have played their part also, not just in the rebuilding of it, but in supporting the process. It is France, and it is a representation because it has been part of the skyline of Paris since it was built, and at a time when there was very little else to share that skyline with. And I think it's been a matter of great personal determination for the President that during this presidency, in this 5 years, he saw the building revived to what we see today.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because officials have been saying it is actually more beautiful than ever. The spire, the roof had to be rebuilt, but also because much of the stone and the paintings and the artefacts were already darkened because of age, and they've all been given a new lease of life, those that even survived.
In order to protect the stone after the enormous amount of lead that poured down and caused terrible damage, they sprayed every piece of stone with latex, and then the process of peeling that off has revealed the cathedral again in its brilliance, much as it must have appeared to Bishop Maurice de Sully in the 1160s when it was built. So I think that we're seeing in this revival, and we've had a glimpse, obviously, when the President went and had his preview of the building and met all those craftspeople and builders who had played their part. But just looking at the West End and its glorious circular rose window at the middle, which represents the concept of heaven within a square, which represents the world, which were two symbols that were placed high above, much higher than any building had been able to do. And it represents, as you can see, a great aspiration for those who held the faith of Christianity, which was so much at the part of France's evolution. And we're seeing representatives of the different rites coming, the Eastern Rite and of the Roman Catholic Church, who are coming as guests of the President. And we were expecting to see the ceremony begin itself in the forecourt square, which is almost at the confluence of all these roads that went from north to south, east to west of France. So the cathedral sat at this central point, former presidents of France gathering, and underscoring again how important it is for the French people to see their cathedral revived.
More than 840 million euros was donated from around the world after the fire. So much money was given that there are still funds left over, apparently, for further investment in the building. What do you think it means for Catholics around the world?
Well, around the world, it is good to see that the Archiepiscopal Church of Paris has once again been revived and will open again tomorrow, the first process of it becoming a place for worship once more. The representative of the Pope has arrived, one of the cardinals. The cardinals are always marked by their scarlet cinctures, which are those belts that they wear around their cassocks. And the Pope, of course, sent good wishes to this. It was two recent popes who came on visits. John Paul II, we'll hear some music that was played when John Paul II came into Notre-Dame, will be played again when the doors are opened and ceremonially the Archbishop of Paris returns into his cathedral. And so, the President welcoming former President, and, it is for all of France a chance to see their history, as it were, celebrating again what this building, with all the kings of France who came here. It was here that Napoleon came for his coronation in 1804, when a pope again came to represent the church, but the Pope himself, in that truly French way, lifted the crown and placed it upon his own head. It was here that after the war, there was a great celebration at the chance of France to revive its freedom once more after Nazi occupation. And it is therefore a place to which so many French eyes go when there is a major moment to mark. And I think this moment of revival is very much a part of that.
Yes, Sarkozy there. So many faces we recognise from French politics over the years. And I think I'm right in saying, Alistair, that there'll obviously be a very religious element to the ceremony, but also a non-religious part as well. I think a video is going to be shown really explaining the work that you've been talking about, the incredible restoration work. I was reading about one craftsman who actually went over from the UK, who was saying that it felt like it stepped back into medieval times, in the centre of the cathedral, the work that was going on to replicate what was done all those centuries ago.
Well, the carving of stone hasn't changed over the centuries, although sometimes the tools have improved. But certainly, those who were faced with building, again, this Gothic masterpiece had to demonstrate that they were masters of that Gothic skill. And in every respect, it has been delivered. They've tried where they can to create newness and to create symbolism. So the crozier, which is the shepherd's staff that will be carried by the Archbishop of Paris, has been made from one of the roof timbers. And those roof timbers were put up back in the 13th century, you know. So to have fashioned that crozier, which will be used to hammer the door 3 times, at literally the beginning of this ceremonial when the time comes for it to start, it is symbolic. And also they've created a new cathedra for the Archbishop made out of bronze, and in a very Roman style, because, of course, the history of Christianity in France and its links to the time when it was part of the Roman Empire and Constantine became emperor and adopted Christianity. So the idea of the cathedra, which is the bishop's seat, being rebuilt and remade, as it were, breathes new life into this cathedral symbolically, with the bishop taking his place. And of course, the fact that he has a cathedra is why a bishop's church is called a cathedral.
Royalty haven't had top billing in France for quite some time, have they? But we are expecting Prince William, Laura Bundakar, royal correspondent, also here in the studio. For those just joining our coverage, explain why he's taking part.
Well, Prince William is in Paris on behalf of the King. He travelled to France at the request of the government, and they're representing not just the King, but of course the United Kingdom as well. And I think we have seen over the years, certainly, Prince William acting as the statesman increasingly, and this is yet another one of those occasions as he comes back onto the world stage as a representative of the country. He is no stranger to many of the people he will meet, but he does have 2 significant meetings today. He is holding a meeting with Donald Trump, and unfortunately, due to this awful weather, not just here in the UK, but in France and in Paris as well, everything has been slightly delayed, which means that his meeting with Jill Biden has now been cancelled, and they will try and meet up during or at some point around the ceremony in Notre-Dame. So that meeting, because of the bad weather, won't be taking place as planned. But these things, as is often the case, can get shifted around. But yeah, it's an important moment, I think, for William. He's had an incredibly difficult year. You would have expected him to be travelling overseas, to be taking part in overseas royal visits, particularly around Easter would be the traditional time. You would have seen him and Kate travelling. But of course, due to her cancer diagnosis and subsequent treatment, neither has been making these big trips, although, of course, he was in South Africa for his Earthshot Prize, his environmental award, last month. But a big moment for him. And I think we get the impression it was a rather last-minute invitation. You do tend to get noticed with these huge, big set-piece events like this when a member of the royal family, particularly a senior member of the royal family, is attending. But we were only told last night that Prince William would be making the journey to France on behalf of the King. And I remember very clearly we were outside Notre-Dame not that long ago when the King and Queen made that state visit to France. That was back in September last year. It was very much, we were told, part of the visit the King had really wanted to see. He wanted to not just thank the firefighters who were there tackling that awful blaze on the night and subsequent days, but he really wanted to meet the artisans, those highly skilled craftspeople who were repairing those very ancient statues and gargoyles inside Notre Dame. And that sort of craftsmanship is something so close to his own heart. So he was keen, and he went there, and it was with great interest that he saw a short exhibition and learned and met some of those people involved in that. But he's not there now, but I'm sure we'll be following this very closely and can be updated by William when he returns.
We were just seeing the President with the King and Queen of Belgium, and we also saw just now the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess of Luxembourg arriving. And it is a marvellous tented area that has been developed for the President to receive all these guests from around the world, representing different nations that bring goodwill to this event of reopening. And so royalty and political leaders and heads of government alike all coming here to be a part of this ceremony. But it is running a little bit late, and I think that you were explaining, Laura, it's partly because of this appalling weather, which we understand so well.
That's That's right. I mean, it's not just the British who suffer with the bad weather, here in France as well. And funnily enough, I remember on the very day the King visited Notre-Dame last September, it poured with rain too. So Notre-Dame, no stranger to the bad weather events, but it's certainly not hampering, you know.
It's a pity it wasn't pouring with rain on the day of the fire. That might have helped things, mightn't it? And Alistair, talk to me a little bit about the ceremony itself, what we're going to see, what we're going to hear. I mean, the music is going to be fantastic, isn't it?
I remember when the first lick of flame was seen at Notre Dame back on the 15th of April 2019. I tuned in and played my part in trying to bring to life for Sky News some of the tragedy of what we were witnessing. And I talked then about how I used to go and play the grand organ in Notre Dame. And so I think what we're going to be overwhelmed by is the revoicing of that great instrument.
So can we just hear that one more time? You've played the organ in Notre Dame.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
I mean, this is a remarkable fact.
No, well, I'm not very good at it, but it was a wonderful... The place was closed, but it was a tremendous privilege. It is a remarkable instrument. It's got 8,000 pipes. It is just got the spectrum and registration of colour that you can only imagine would be needed to fill so great a cathedral. Now, part of the organ up at the eastern end was completely destroyed, and they have rebuilt that. But the grand organ that's just above the main west door, that wasn't damaged by the fire, but of course it was terribly damaged by the smoke. It's been completely revived. You were asking me what was going to happen. That organ is going to play again, and the Archbishop of Paris is going to bring it to life, as it were, by declaring in 8 different incantations that it should play to its best. And we will hear the dexterity of that instrument. And it is a king of instruments anyway, the organ, but the one in Notre Dame is a monster of a fantastic instrument, and it will be wonderful to hear it. Then we will go into a period of office, as they call it, singing of the office, where, with words and with music, different elements of the scripture will be brought to concept, particularly a Marian hymn, which is where they refer to the Virgin Mary. And of course, remember, Notre Dame is named and dedicated to her. In fact, at the west door, right behind where the photographs are being taken now, is a statue, literally above the central man there's head, of Mary holding out her child Jesus to the people of Paris, reminding us what this cathedral represents to the people of Paris, and now in its revived form. The Prince of Monaco, Prince Albert, arriving as each of the heads of state and heads of government are then presented to the President and his wife of France, and they will have their photographs as part of that story.
Just want to update viewers on another story which has broken this evening regarding the West Ham player Mikel Antonio. We were hearing earlier that he has been involved in a car accident. Well, we are hearing that West Ham United have given an update, and they have said that they can confirm that Mikel Antonio is in a stable condition following a road traffic accident this afternoon in the Essex area. He is conscious and communicating and is currently under close supervision at a central London hospital. Now, West Ham say at this difficult time, we kindly ask everyone to respect the privacy of Mikel and his family. The club will make no further comment this evening, but will issue a further update in due course. An update.
Par ici. Des gardes. Bien, pardon. Portez. Stop. On attend encore combien?
had Sky News on, of course. And I just noticed it happen. And I think because anybody who goes to Paris loves the place. And I think that because I'm interested in these things, I loved visiting Notre-Dame. And as we were talking about earlier on, I had friends who were involved in the music there in the old days. So I really bonded to the place. But everyone has their own relationship with these buildings. Anybody just visiting Paris who walks past and seeing that glorious carved west front to the cathedral must have an emotional response to it. So I think that seeing it burning was tragic. And when I think the most powerful moment was when the spire, which after all had only been built in the 19th century, but still, when that crashed down and took down most of the roof rafters with it, it was just a moment of disaster for this icon of France, this history of France. And that you could feel, not just because it's emotionally tragic to see any fire, but I knew for all my French friends that seeing this great cathedral, that, you take these places for granted. You think about the wonderful landscape around London or Edinburgh or Cardiff or Belfast, buildings within those city centres that mean so much to the people whose lives revolve around them, whether they have an emotional or a religious connection with it or not. And so I think that that's why President Macron was so determined that during his period as president, he would be able to see it rise up, phoenix-like, out of the ashes. And that has now been delivered. And this is the moment where it begins to return to its regular practice of religious worship that will carry on just as it did, tick-tocking its way through time, as it will into the future for France.
Yeah, the authorities still not 100% clear as to how the fire started. They've ruled out arson and have said an electrical fault or perhaps a burning cigarette, something as simple as that.
But it was like, do you remember Windsor Castle was being restored? They were restoring, and they'd done an enormous amount of work to build the scaffolding, which in its own way became a danger after the fire because what was holding it up suddenly wasn't holding it up. And it's during those periods of restoration when these buildings do become very vulnerable. And yes, we don't know precisely what did it, but it's highly likely, I would imagine, that it was either some form of electrical difficulty. And electric wires, when they're left in all the dust of really centuries, can cause difficulties. And even though they make extra effort to try and protect them, but those roof spaces, they are just tinder boxes because they're the driest of timber, the oldest of timber. And they were mature beams of wood, even when they were put in their place in the late 12th, early 13th century. So the fact that they went up the way they did, and it was a remarkable fire that lit and just dominated the city. And I think as we see all these guests arriving here, it's so difficult to... I think one of the most powerful images I saw was taken from the sky looking down at Paris and just seeing this plume of smoke. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, but just this huge plume issuing forth from Notre-Dame.
President Macron is in his element here, isn't he, with his wife, Brigitte, there, welcoming all the dignitaries, the state leaders from around the world. What is the draw? Why do you think so many people have agreed to accept the invitation to come to Paris today, to take part in this? Because as we've been watching, the faces, the names, quite a remarkable collection of people.
I think so. I don't know whether it's partly to do with the fact that he faces a constitutionally difficult time, but I do believe that because Notre-Dame is the oldest, most well-recognised symbol of the nation of France, its revival is being affirmed by people from around the world, and they're keen and recognise the president's determination and push to make sure that it was done in this period of time. He did set quite a tough timetable, and they have effectively met it. So I think that's part of it. But still seeing these lines of cars bringing different people from different embassies all around Paris to arrive much later than was originally planned. We should have started the service by now. But, this is worth waiting for. They've waited all this time. And it looks awfully like that maybe President-elect Trump may be coming now.
Yeah, we're hearing, Laura, that the President-elect and William haven't met so far, but we think they may well meet after the ceremony now.
Yeah, that's right. This is all down to delays due to the weather and delays to the Prince of Wales' travel, basically. This weather causing, significant problems, really. So, yeah, Prince William was due to meet the President-elect before the ceremony. That meeting has now had to be pushed back till after the ceremony. He was also due to meet First Lady Jill Biden before the ceremony, and we understand they will now meet at the ceremony itself. So a couple of just shuffles of the schedule due to this kind of pretty persistent wind and rain that we've been seeing all night.
President Zelenskyy now arriving. He has said that he had a good and productive trilateral meeting a little bit earlier with President-elect and President Macron. We're also hearing that it was a very good conversation, according to a source close to President Macron himself. A lot of concern, of course, amongst Western leaders about Donald Trump's views on Ukraine. He wants to end the war very quickly between Russia and Ukraine, but clearly the West is concerned that if it does end quickly, if there is a fast negotiation, that could well be to the detriment of President Zelenskyy and the people of Ukraine. And perhaps leaders in Paris are hoping to shape the way that Donald Trump thinks about the conflict before he enters the White House in January. That's quite an image, Alistair, isn't it?
Yes, to see the president of these two nations framed by those remarkable carvings of the final judgment in the background of Christ in splendour and glory, and all the other kings of Judea carved away in the stone. It is such an edifice against which to be photographed. And for the president of Ukraine to be here in Paris, we'll have the chance to meet so many people at a time when, the world is watching what is going on, and it must have been very reassuring for him to be so well welcomed. And he'll find that, I'm sure, in the cathedral itself. And, there is a shared Christian faith across so much of Europe and across the world too. But I think that recognition of entering a place of worship quite like this, when there is so much sadness going on in his country, will be a reassurance. The Prince of Wales.
And Laura, Prince of Wales.
Here he is, yeah, Prince William now arriving. Interesting, the order these guests are arriving, I always think. Here he comes. So he is here on behalf of the King. We think it was probably a last-minute invitation. So he's here at the request of the Foreign Office of the government, so representing the United Kingdom, Prince William, Prince of Wales, as he makes his way to meet the President. Now, the two meetings that were due to have taken place before this moment have had to be put back because of the rain. Here we go, friendly handshakes there. Prince William was last in Paris on official business in 2017 for a two-day visit then. And the King himself was in Paris September last when he came on the state visit, during which he did, of course, visit Notre-Dame and see some of the firefighters and the craftspeople who have been helping to restore the cathedral. But Prince William here today, travelling on his own. He was, of course, at Westminster Abbey, one of our great big churches in the UK as well, here at Notre-Dame now on behalf of the King and representing the UK.
Do we know what he is going to discuss with President Trump?
We are only told that it will be a meeting that will talk around the importance of the special relationship. So the meeting, which should have happened, now going to happen after this ceremony. Prince William, the President-elect, will meet together shortly and talk about the US-UK relationship and the importance of that relationship. And I think it's interesting to see William, the statesman here, William on the world stage. He is the one with that responsibility, the first member of the royal family to meet Donald Trump since he won the US election.
Well, Macron, Zelensky and Trump did meet a little bit earlier, a trilateral meeting between the three. We're just getting a few little bits of information as to what was discussed. We're hearing that President Zelensky says the situation on the ground in Ukraine and a just peace were discussed between the three men. The situation on the ground in Ukraine and a just peace. A round of applause for President Zelensky. It looked as if people were standing up as well, getting out of their chairs, Alistair.
A very warm response in Notre-Dame for a man facing quite a challenge for his nation and needing, as he always explains, all the help and prayers he can get. And in the revival of Notre-Dame, I'm sure he will be praying for the revival of his own nation's independence and security.
Our correspondent Adele Robinson is monitoring events in Paris for us. Adele, things are running quite late. Do we know why?
We don't know why, but usually these things tend to, especially when there has been any kind of head of state visit. You see it in other countries too. And, you know, there's a lot to discuss, isn't there? I imagine that the meeting with Donald Trump, between the President-elect Donald Trump and President Macron, you don't want to rush these things. And with Zelensky's arrival too, the same. Some very important topics to discuss, not least the war in Ukraine, relationship between France and the US. And we are, I think, still expecting the President-elect to arrive. Just over on the other side of the bridge to where we are now, you can sort of see a line of cars, police cars, flashing lights and escorts. So dignitaries are still arriving here. And it seems to be fairly well choreographed as well. And I think that's just taking time. There's a lot of people who have come to be part of this moment, this day that belongs to Notre-Dame. 1,500 guests, remember, including those 50 head of states. And they will be here, hopefully, to see in the next 10, 15 minutes the reopening, the historic reopening of Notre-Dame's great doors. That will be led by the Archbishop of Paris, who will knock on the great doors with his wooden staff. Psalms will be sung 3 times, and then those doors will reopen. And then there'll be 3 parts to the service we can expect over the next hour or so, over the next half an hour or so, and that will be involving the organ, which has stayed silent for the last 5.5 years, and then also psalms and prayers.
And Adele, President-elect Donald Trump just arriving at the cathedral now. And we know that he had a meeting with President Macron and also President Zelensky. And we have been hearing, Adele, a little bit about what the three discussed.
Well, we heard that President-elect, his words, Donald Trump, just after meeting Macron, that very prominent handshake at the entrance to the Elysee Palace on that red carpet, going inside, he alluded it to himself. He said crazy things going on in the world right now that will be talked about. So, of course, as well, Zelensky has been part of that meeting subsequently. And so, yes, and also he has responded, as we know, on his own social media platform, talking about the situation in Syria in a very Trumpian way that he always does, and that he doesn't want America involved in that. Very much a sort of arm's length approach. America standing on its own in many ways is his rhetoric, and there was more of that. Him coming in now to be greeted by President Macron is a big moment. President Macron is using this as his exercise of soft power, if you like. He will want to be using what he does best, Macron, which is a photo op, and he will know that President Trump loves this kind of thing, this pomp and this ceremony, these traditions on a world stage. His re-entry is probably just the way that the President-elect would have wanted it to go, to be here and to be treated like a VIP before he, of course, takes power in less than a month now. And so President Macron, there's a lot riding on this. He's wanted to get in there clearly early before the presidency starts, and he will want to be setting out those relationship boundaries and setting off on a positive foot as well, especially regarding NATO, regarding Ukraine.
So as you can see, Donald Trump arriving at Notre-Dame Cathedral to join President Zelenskyy and many other dignitaries for the reopening ceremony in Paris. It's 6 o'clock, you're watching the News Hour. I'm Jonathan Samuels. We are monitoring events live in Paris, where French President Emmanuel Macron has been welcoming guests, including Donald Trump and President Zelenskyy, to Paris's Notre-Dame Cathedral for its reopening ceremony, 5.5 years after a huge fire brought the Gothic masterpiece close to collapse. The 860-year-old medieval building, meticulously restored with a new spire, rib vaulting, flying buttresses and carved stone gargoyles, all return to their past glory. Events are running slightly behind. Prince William there amongst the congregation, many dignitaries, many who were involved in the restoration of this incredible building, and of course some lucky members of the public as well. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock is here in the studio with me, as well as Alistair Bruce, our events commentator. It is a remarkable gathering of people, Alistair.
It is, and representatives of so many different nations who've come. There are representatives of the parliamentary process of France, and also an enormous number of representatives of those who have helped to rebuild this cathedral. And we also saw the papal representative come, representing Pope Francis here today. It is a significant metropolitical church in the Roman Catholic order of things, and for France, the Roman Catholic tradition of a nation, it has always been a figurehead church and focus for people of its great capital city in Paris. And its burning, as it did in 2019, was a tragedy for the traditions of France and for the history of the nation. And so this is a revival moment, and the ceremony we will see is one that marks transition. Principally the transition from silence to praise, also the transition from darkness to light, and also the transition from absence to presence. And it's a chance also for President-elect Trump to meet Zelenskyy and others who have gathered here in the cathedral, and for all of them to deal with the future of a world that, as President-elect Trump said, was not looking as it should.
And Laura, the President-elect will also meet the Prince of Wales shortly after this ceremony.
That's right. Prince William, here on behalf of the King, representing the UK, was due to meet with the President-elect before the ceremony, but this bad weather has moved things around slightly. It's delayed arrivals, it's delayed things. So that meeting will take place between the two after the ceremony. You can see President-elect shaking the Prince of Wales's hands, the two of them due to have that meeting, during which we understand they will discuss the special relationship between the US and the UK. This is a moment, an important moment for Prince William. He must, of course, sit above politics. This is not a moment for politics. This is the UK extending a hand of friendship with the US, and that will be his role in the meeting. He last met Donald Trump back in 2019 during the state visit. As president, he made then. But of course, the meeting, very much one of those meetings where personal views are put to one side. And like I say, this is a meeting where they will discuss the things in common, the friendship, the relationship, and the importance of that, particularly with a new president. And of course, this will be the first member of the royal family Donald Trump will have met since he won the election. So I think for William too, an important moment. He is on the world stage here. He is representing the UK here too.
Interesting that the bad weather you mentioned, Laura, means that the non-religious part of the celebrations, including President Macron's speech, which had set to be held outside the cathedral, will now be held inside. Everyone just taking their seats, including Donald Trump, as we await the beginning of that ceremony. But still, the dignitaries arrive. Adele Robinson is outside the cathedral for us. Adele, you've spent the day in Paris. What are people saying to you, Parisians saying to you, about what this building means? Jill Biden, this is, I think, now arriving. Jill Biden arriving at Notre-Dame. While we wait for her to enter and meet President Macron, Adele, just reflect on what this means for the people of the French capital.
Well, it means a huge amount. Those scenes, it's actually hard to re-encapsulate those images as you're stood underneath such a masterpiece of Gothic architecture. But part of those images were Parisians lining the Seine in tears, in silence, as they watched the spire crash through the roof, completely falling down and dismantling much of the cathedral. And so, you know, what it means to Paris, what it means to Parisians is hard to put into words. It's an emotional attachment. It's part of their cultural identity. And much more than that, I think, was what affected people here was the outpouring of almost grief and of support in the aftermath of the fire. From all over the world, 340,000 people made donations from 150 countries. So it does feel very much like this is not just about Notre-Dame. This is not just about Paris, but this is about the world. And this monument behind me very much just doesn't belong solely to the French cultural identity anymore. It belongs to the world. Everyone has had a hand in it, and they've given money and they've given their support.
Jill Biden now arriving at Notre-Dame, and again, Laura, we're expecting a meeting between Jill Biden and Prince William.
That's right. The pair were meant to meet before this ceremony, as we've been saying. The poor weather conditions has delayed that meeting. They're now, we're told, due to meet at the Notre-Dame ceremony, and the meeting between President-elect Donald Trump and Prince William got cancelled, and they will now meet separately after the ceremony. So we saw them shake hands inside, but Jill Biden will be meeting Williams at some point, and that's not quite clear at the ceremony. So quite how that works, I don't know, but I imagine it'll be a briefish meeting. You'd have thought the meeting the President-elect would take slightly longer, perhaps, given his position.
It is fascinating who is turning up, isn't it? Tech billionaire Elon Musk, we saw a few moments ago, a close advisor, of course, in Donald Trump's transition team. What a gathering this is, Alistair.
It certainly is, and we'll now get the photograph of the President of France with the First Lady of the United States to underscore the importance and link of what this represents. She is obviously representing the President, her husband, and present here to mark the United States with their ambassador playing their part here in supporting this great moment for France and Paris with the reopening of Notre-Dame as it transitions from silence to praise once more.
Yeah, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni arrived earlier. Former French presidents, we saw Francois Hollande, didn't we, and Nicolas Sarkozy, all arriving for this ceremony. Just take us back, Alistair, if you would, to 5.5 years ago when the Paris skyline was dominated by the flames coming out of the roof of this magnificent building, and that black plume of smoke in the blue sky across the city.
It was a beautiful day, otherwise marked by the tragedy of seeing this great building endure such an appalling sadness. I mean, it is a flower of the Gothic faith. Here we hear the Emmanuel bell play, which starts the ceremony. The great Borden bell of Notre-Dame, called Emmanuel, was cast in 1683. It's 13 tons in weight, and the clapper that sounds it is 500 kilos. It was given to the cathedral by its godfather, Louis XIV, and it starts this process, the transition from silence to praise. Rebuilt spire, once again, above this great roof of Notre-Dame, high over Paris, reminiscent of that tragedy in 2019 on the 15th of April when that former spire crashed through the roof. And from then, this bell has not been heard, and now once again rings out. So many of the bells of the cathedral were destroyed in the Revolution of France from 1789, and also many were used at the time of the Second World War and melted down, but this bell has always been maintained. As the religious procession makes its way with the cross and lights leading the clergy of Notre-Dame back to their cathedral, followed by the bishops and ultimately by the Archbishop of Paris, Monsignor Laurent Ulrich, who will lead the three parts of this reawakening ceremony. The wind has caught the day, and there is the Archbishop, with the new crozier that he has in his left hand, which was made from one of the rafters of this cathedral that survived the appalling fire, and it has been fashioned. And he will hammer on the door 3 times, and in reply to his call to be allowed in, it is the welcoming into the place of worship that is represented. And in reply, we will hear the choir of Notre-Dame sing the 121st Psalm. The words, "I will lift up mine eyes to the mountains, where does my help come from?" He will now, when ready, with the President coming over to witness this moment.
Frères et sœurs, entrons maintenant dans Notre-Dame. C'est elle qui nous rassemble. C'est elle que nous aimons. C'est elle qui nous accompagne sur notre chemin vers le Père. Source de toute vie,
the source of
par
all life,
Jésus-Christ, lumière née de la
by
lumière,
Jesus Christ, light born of light,
dans la force de l'Esprit Saint,
with the force of the Holy Spirit and its consolations.
Notre-Dame,
Notre-Dame,
modèle de la foi,
a model of faith.
ouvre tes portes pour rassembler
Open
dans la
your
joie
doors so that we can
les
gather
enfants de Dieu dispersés.
together, children of God, in joy.
Notre-Dame, Mère très aimante,
Notre-Dame, the loving mother,
ouvre tes portes pour nous aider à
open
chercher
your doors
l'amour et
to
la
help us
vérité,
find
la
love,
justice et la paix.
truth, justice and peace.
For the second time, 3 knocks on the door.
Notre-Dame, témoin de l'espérance,
Our Lady, witness to hope,
ouvre tes portes pour que brille
open
sur
your
nous
doors
la lumière de
so
la
that the
miséricorde
light of mercy
et que
can
resplendisse à nos
shine
yeux
on
la
our
victoire de la
lives,
résurrection.
and the victory of the resurrection can reveal itself in its full splendor before our eyes.
And for the third time, the call for the door to be opened, and they will be thrown open. The door opens and the music will sing out to the arrival of the Archbishop in Notre-Dame. They will sing Totus Tuus, the music that was composed for the arrival of Pope John Paul II when he visited here, written by the Polish composer Henri Górecki. And the first to be welcomed into the cathedral by the Archbishop, the President of France and his wife. the words of the music evoking Maria, Notre-Dame Maria, who is the patron of this great cathedral and whose motherhood of Jesus Christ is so much in the minds as we approach the Christmas story later this month, and so much a part of the revival of this moment here on the Isle of France, here in the centre of Paris today. And in the glory of this completed revision of a great Gothic cathedral, bright in its restoration, its windows once again clean and fresh. The procession will begin at the end of this anthem, which will bring the Archbishop of Paris through the cathedral. And as they walk, those gathered will sing the hymn, "Today is the day of our celebration."
putain, je pense qu'elle va tomber.
J'ai vu des flammes entre les deux tours.
But first, a chance to look back at what happened and what the story was, and how this cathedral faced its great tragedy and was revived.
Iconic landmark, and now it's gone-ish, and it's very upsetting to hear.
It's shocking, absolutely shocking.
Comment ils vont rebâtir, comment ils vont redonner cette touche très très ancienne à cette pièce vraiment incroyable.
Bonjour à tous. Reconstruire, c'est donc le mot du jour.
5 ans pour reconstruire Notre-Dame, c'est le délai très court annoncé hier soir à la télévision par le chef de l'État.
J'ai décidé de donner un horizon court parce que j'étais convaincu que c'est ce qui permettrait d'abord d'avoir un résultat et ensuite de donner une espérance à l'échelle humaine.
On s'est dit qu'on n'y arriverait jamais. C'était vraiment sportif.
Il a fallu cet incendie qui a fait craindre d'être définitivement privé de ce monument pour mesurer l'attachement qu'on avait pour lui.
C'est hors norme par les quantités de matériel, c'est hors norme par le nombre de compagnons sur le chantier. Tout est hors norme dans ce chantier. Donc c'est pour ça qu'il vous faut des personnes hors normes pour faire ça. Voilà.
Toujours la même histoire, il faut mettre les gens ensemble, les faire travailler ensemble et les diriger vers un objectif commun.
On a les savoir-faire, on a les compétences.
Notre-Dame de Paris, c'est des métiers, des métiers, des métiers. Et ça fait tout ce dont est capable l'humanité lorsqu'elle a décidé de faire du beau.
Pour les amoureux du patrimoine, c'est avant tout une œuvre qui est essentielle à transmettre aux générations futures, parce que ça fait partie de notre histoire commune.
Il y avait une logique de transmission du savoir qui est assez incroyable. Et d'ailleurs, ce chantier, c'est le chantier de la transmission par excellence.
On a montré, je pense, au monde entier qu'on n'avait pas perdu nos savoir-faire.
On espère vraiment que les architectes n'ont pas cru que c'était un timing normal. On a vraiment réussi à répondre aux problématiques de temps et de qualité, mais parce que c'était une fois l'effort de guerre, une fois.
On est passé de la nuit à la lumière.
Jamais la cathédrale n'aura resplendi à ce point.
On retrouve cette belle silhouette qui nous a manqué pendant 5 ans.
the great rose window, which represents heaven, and demonstrating there the light coming out from it to the world here, as representatives of all those different parts of the diocese, the Archdiocese of Paris, come in to take their position. And those who have played their part in looking after the building, the firemen and women, the firefighters who have played their part in protecting the building, and those who revived it also are gathered here with thank you from the people of France. The firefighters who did so much on that very traumatic day back in 2019 on the 15th of April, and yet look at the work that has been revived from what they protected and saved with their efforts. They worked particularly hard not to let water land on any of the medieval stained glass. In consequence, very few items of the ancient glass that is so celebrated here was lost. But for them, firefighters who always put themselves at risk to protect things, it must be a moment of affirmation for their courage and their work, that this great pantheon of French history has been protected and stands revived in Gothic glory and newness. And all the artists and craftspeople who have played their part also with their hands, their imagination, their art, to fashion again the beauty of this building, with the statue of the Virgin Mary just on the altar behind, which had been so much a focus of all worship here and survived the collapse of the roof when the spire came down, revived again along with so much in this beautiful building. Their job done, the revival presented for Notre-Dame to carry on its centuries-long tradition of providing worship at the heart of Paris. They file away to leave the cathedral ready for its reopening. A very grateful and a happy president there. President Macron's taken a very personal interest in the 5.5 years of work done here to revive this great cathedral. And for the choir to be back and singing, yet so many of those who have sung today were not part of the choir school when this cathedral faced its terrible moment in fire. Thank you. A sense of joy and relief from all those here, reminiscent of other moments of history for France here in this building. President Zelenskyy, part of those who have seen so much change in the world since the fire took place here. The congregation gathered here after the Second World War to thank for forgiveness of the horrors of war. As the music plays in celebration of this extraordinary revival, it's perhaps worth looking at the history of this amazing cathedral. Built from 1163 by Bishop Maurice de Sully, it was his wealth and his power that led to it being built very quickly inside a number of decades, and it rose up on the Ile-de-France here in Paris and became the great flower of the Gothic art of the time. There had been Gothic cathedrals built before, one at Saint-Denis, just a little way north of Paris, but this was so influential in the lightness of the building, the amount of colour and light that came through the windows, and it gave a sense of the everlasting light that Christians celebrate is in God's promise to the world. And it was therefore when the vaults themselves were built that the master masons of the time managed to enable great roofs at enormous height, 35 meters high, to rise up and yet still great windows to let light in. And the art that sits around the side of the cathedral, very few of them surviving from the past because of the French Revolution, but all of it representing the glory of God, and particularly the beauty of Mary, the mother of Jesus Christ. And in the hush, a moment of thought before the ceremony begins with the procession of the Archbishop of Paris to his cathedra, and a chance to look at the great East End, the Pieta, where Mary holds her broken son, Jesus Christ, on her knee. And the congregation are appreciative of the remarkable music and of their celebration of what this is in terms of revival for nation and city.
Je me tiens devant vous
I stand here
avant que
in
ne
front of
commence
you
la liturgie
before
pour vous dire la gratitude
the
de la
liturgy
nation française.
to express the gratitude of the French
Gratitude
nation.
à l'égard de tous ceux qui ont sauvé
Gratitude to all of those who saved,
et rebâti Notre-Dame.
who helped, and resurrected
Gratitude
Notre-Dame
à l'égard de tous ceux qui sont
de Paris. Gratitude to everyone
Au
here
moment où nous nous apprêtons à la rendre
at a time
aux catholiques,
where we
à Paris,
look forward to returning to the Catholics of the world, to Paris,
oui,
to France, to the entire
ce soir,
globe.
les cloches de Notre-Dame sonnent à nouveau.
Notre-Dame. Yes, once again,
Et l'orgue
the
dans
bells
son
of Notre-Dame have sounded,
musique
and they will awake
familière
again.
aux Parisiens, à la France et au monde.
Their music familiar
Les cloches de
to
Notre-Dame
Paris, France, and the world. And once again,
vont scander
the bells of Notre-Dame,
les heures du jour et celles de l'histoire.
who have echoed throughout history,
Elles
are
sonnent
with us again.
comme elles ont sonné pour les
They
11
will
rois qui ont
ring
vu s'élever la
as
cathédrale.
they ringed as they rung rather for the 11 kings who saw the rise of the cathedral, for Henry
La
IV,
blessure des guerres de religion,
who was
pour le
soothing the wounds of the religious wars, Louis XIII and Louis XIV,
lui-même,
for Napoleon,
décembre 1804,
who in December
pour Victor Hugo,
1804 was crowned here, for Victor Hugo,
l'ombre de Quasimodo,
who raised his eyes to seek
Claudel,
the silhouette of Quasimodo,
Espérance,
for Claudel,
décembre
who
1886, pour annoncer aux résistants de
came
Paris
back
l'arrivée du
to,
général Leclerc et des siens, puis pour célébrer la
Paris
libération
to announce the
du
return of
général de
General
Gaulle,
Leclerc.
pour les adieux de la France à ses
The
génies,
bells sounded
ses
for the
soldats,
liberation of France, for its geniuses, for its soldiers, for its great
elles
figures.
qui ont accompagné notre histoire.
Yes, the bells have sounded throughout our history, rung
Nous
out
aurions pu ne
through
jamais
the years.
réentendre cette voix.
But it's quite possible that we would never have
15
heard
avril
their voice
2019,
again.
La nouvelle de
On the 15th of
l'incendie a
April
couru des lèvres en lèvres.
2019, by word of
Images de
mouth,
flammes
the
dévorant le
terrible
transept,
news of the
la fumée noire,
fire spread,
la flèche qui
the
vacille
black
puis
smoke
s'effondre
arising from the
dans
transept,
un
the
fracas
collapse
d'ossements.
of the wooden
Et ces
frame,
heures de combat
and these
face au feu.
hours
La
fighting the
décision de lui
flames,
laisser sa part. Et ces minutes désespérées où tout
decision
pouvait partir, où la pierre, le bois, les vitraux auraient
to
pu
see,
disparaître.
to understand that
Durant ces heures,
the consequences of the
il s'est
decision
trouvé des
that was
étudiants
taken to let the
descendus de la
fire
montagne Sainte-Geneviève pour
continue,
enterrer les saints.
and with that, the potential devastation
À
that
Times
occurred.
Square, pour s'arrêter en larmes devant
And
les
we
premières
saw
images.
the news having its detrimental or its
Rome à
negative
Moscou,
impact throughout the world.
Des
The
croyants de partout venus se
passers-by
réunir devant nos
on Times
ambassades.
Square with tears in their eyes,
Des chameliers,
pedestrians in Moscow coming to the French embassy, camel drivers in Africa descending from their animals to pray for the future of Notre-Dame.
L'enchaînement de malchance, le vent d'Est qui s'est levé au pire moment,
We
poussant
saw
les flammes vers le beffroi
the
nord,
wind rising at the worst moment, pushing the flames towards the North Belfry, and
que certains appelleront hasard,
coincidence, perhaps destiny. Some would say it was just chance, some would say it was providence.
de la bravoure.
There was,
Celle de ces
more than
sapeurs-pompiers
anything else,
et de leur chef,
courage courage from firefighters who came back and tried again. More challenging was their attempt to stop the bells falling and destroying the entire cathedral as they did so. At 22:47, the news broke that they had mastered the fire. The firefighters had gained the upper hand, and nobody lost their lives that evening. Towards midnight, we opened the main entrance. The spire had collapsed, the transept destroyed, burning remains everywhere, a bitter odor. La Pietà with the Virgin above, intact, immaculate, only a few centimeters from where the spire had fallen. Notre-Dame de Paris had been saved. Defigured, yes, but saved by the courage of these firefighters. And then there were some minutes where everything was in the balance, a sense of desolation, of fear of never seeing the cathedral as it had been before, the vertigo of discovering that Notre-Dame de Paris could disappear overnight, and that cathedrals themselves are mortal. And we decided to take a leap of faith. We decided to place our trust in hope. We decided to rebuild Notre Dame in 5 years, to make her more beautiful than ever. That leap of faith, that determination, we felt it could be possible based on unprecedented fraternity, a brotherly spirit that came from all continents, all religions, all backgrounds, united by hope, brought together in these worlds, in these walls rather. We saw so many artisans, craftspeople, artists come together here under the leadership of General Georges Alain, who I think of particularly this evening, and then Philippe Jost and his teams. The brotherhood of the electrical engineers, the carpenters, the scaffolders, the artisans, the the roofers, the ironworkers, the stonemasons. There's so many different professions coming together to engrave, to sculpt, to build, to restore, to work together on the archaeology, on the organ, to conserve, to make architectural plans. So many men and women, more than 2,000 over a period of 5 years, joined the ranks of those who have worked since the 13th century to build this cathedral, rebuilding the forest of Notre Dame, 2,000 oaks above our heads, a wooden frame, holding up the identical spire, and reproducing the grandeur that was here before. They worked to continue the legend of centuries for 5 years here. Each man, each woman, over that time, made an essential contribution to rebuilding. Every drop of help from every corner of the world was necessary. Every gesture that helped to recover the grandeur of this cathedral, the greatness of Notre Dame. Through these contributions, we understood again what great nations could do, achieve the impossible. This cathedral then became a metaphor for what a nation is and what the world should be. The brotherhood of a people committed to great choices, universal brotherhood, mutual support. Notre-Dame tells us that our boldest dreams are only possible with the commitment and determination of everyone involved. It tells us that we are the beneficiaries of a history greater than us that can disappear at any time, and that it is our duty to be custodians of this for future generations. Our cathedral tells us how much meaning, transcendence helps us to live in this world. The meaning of the work that has been done is to give us hope and to transmit our beliefs forward into the future. Amongst those who have contributed so much are many who have learnt so much about themselves. The bells have sounded, the bells have rung, the organ will be played again, and the faithful will come and pray here once more. The world will find the cathedral more beautiful than before, and we need to preserve it as a treasure. We have learnt the lesson of fragility, humility, and the power of determination. Let us never forget how much each individual counts and how the greatness of this cathedral is inseparable from everybody's work. This evening, together, we can share a moment of joy and pride. Monseigneur, Notre-Dame of Paris is yours again. Together, you have made that possible. Thank you for what you have done. Long live Notre-Dame de Paris. Long live the Republic. Long live France.
The hymn today is our day of celebration, as the President directly addresses at the end of his speech the Archbishop of Paris, Monseigneur Laurent Ulrich, who will now process from the West Door up through his cathedral to his cathedra, led by the clergy of his cathedral and supported by his other bishops, and also the flags that represent all the parishes of Paris. There are 113 of them in the diocese. There are 106 Roman Catholic parishes and 7 of the Eastern Catholic Rite. As the music plays, the clergy return into Notre-Dame Paris to mark the start again, the revival of their worship. The President watches as the 113 banners representing the parishes of the Archdiocese of Paris make their way up towards the great high altar. All of it through a restored cathedral that is revived for worship over the next 9 days. And following this procession of banners will come the ecclesiastical procession itself, as the Archbishop makes his way to his new cathedra, which was designed by Guillaume Bardet and made in bronze, and sits just beside the central crossing of this great cathedral. And there he will be seated. And when the time comes, he will use the first words of this revival of worship. He will say, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, the Trinitarian invocation that accompanies the sign of the cross. And the bishop's greeting will come, peace be with you, which means that the cathedral is the place where people come into the presence of God, a place where peace is desired and announced, so that people can become a part of that moment. And there is the Archbishop of Paris preparing to make this procession, meaningful as it is, at this great revival for France's greatest cathedral, once again in its beauty once more. The Archbishop is wearing vestments that were created by Jean-Charles de Castelbajac. They're based on white, the colour that is used for festive liturgical celebrations like Christmas, Easter, All Saints' Day, and of course here, that of the Virgin Mary. Their ornamentation is inspired by elements that make up the visual identity of the cathedral, the gold cross, which was seen at the end of the aisle like we see it today, but then it gleamed out of the dark ashes that were left by the lead that had fallen. And we will also see the symbol of the crown of thorns that was kept in this cathedral since medieval times, and we'll see them brought back later to this cathedral too. The Archbishop coming now to his cathedra as he passes the President. For those Roman Catholics watching, they will understand that no reverencing has been done of the altar because it has not yet been consecrated. That will take place tomorrow in the service that will take place.
Monsieur le Président, permettez que je vous remercie de ces mots et de ceux de la semaine dernière qui traduisent votre reconnaissance à tous ceux qui ont sauvegardé cet édifice au moment de l'incendie, les pompiers de Paris sous la garde du général Gallet et ceux qui ont travaillé à ce chantier incroyable. Les 250 entreprises au grand complet, le personnel de l'établissement public Rebâtir Notre-Dame de
And
Paris.
in introduction, the Archbishop is thanking the President for his words and also thanking both the firefighters and all those who have revived this cathedral of Notre-Dame.
Tous ont travaillé de grand cœur, mais aussi avec un effort permanent et de longue haleine. Nous savons ce que l'Église, Paris et la France vous doivent, votre présence devant la cathédrale au moment où lui était infligée une blessure si forte, en ce soir du 19 avril, du 15 avril 2019. Votre décision immédiate de nommer un délégué spécial pour la reconstruction de l'édifice.
The Archbishop is thanking the President for his immediate decision to ensure that Notre-Dame was revived and rebuilt, as he again prepares the congregation here with gratitude for the revival of this building as a place of worship. And we see the great Pieta of Mary with her broken son across her knee, just in front of the altar there. As members of royal families, including Prince of Wales, representing the King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, also here to join in this very moving act of revival.
Jusqu'à cet anniversaire par anticipation, il y a tout juste un an. Pour tout cela, vous savez la gratitude des Parisiens, des Français et du monde entier que vous avez tenu à rendre témoin de ce joyeux événement d'aujourd'hui. Et tous ici savent ce que nous devons
The
aux
Archbishop
généreux
is
mécènes
reflecting on the joy of all Parisians at the sight of this cathedral being once again back in its former glory with the spire restored and representing the history of France and the greatness of this city and its sense of culture and art.
sauve l'humanité de tant de tristesse et de maux de toutes sortes. Et la générosité des plus modestes signe la participation à une œuvre collective. Elle est comme un morceau du filet de fraternité.
Of the generosity is a thread running through this whole project.
Et maintenant,
And now,
avec vous,
together,
tous les invités de ce soir dans
and
cette
all of
cathédrale qui éclate de lumière
thus
au cœur
all
de
of
la
us
cité,
here, together with the guests at the centre of Paris and in the roads of Paris and around the cathedral, we will hear praise being sung to our Lord. The great organ of Notre-Dame, which has been entirely restored, will now sing again, covering the full range of harmonies from supplication to exaltation for the work of God, the work for the freedom and powerful and loving will of our Father.
Monseigneur le Nonce, maintenant,
Monsignor Nuncio
message de Sa Sainteté le Pape François
has received a message from His Holiness the Pope, Pope Francis, to all of those participating in our celebration, which he will read to us.
To
His Excellency, Monsignor Laurent Ulrich, Archbishop of Paris, I'm delighted to be able to communicate with you in thought and in prayer, and with all those people gathered on this solemn occasion where your cathedral is reopened for worship. None of us have forgotten the terrible fire 5 years ago that gravely jeopardized the building. There was a real danger of seeing a masterpiece of faith and Christian architecture disappear, an earthly testimony to our faith. And that fear, that sadness has given place to hope and joy today. My greetings to all, especially the firefighters who worked courageously to save this historic monument from destruction. I welcome the determined commitment of the public authorities and the huge wave of generosity from throughout the world that contributed to this restoration. It is a sign not only of our commitment to art, history, but, and this is all the more encouraging, the holy and symbolic value of this building, which is widely recognized, from the smallest to the greatest elements. I also welcome the remarkable work of many different professions who have dedicated the best of themselves to rediscover the splendor of Notre-Dame. It is wonderful that the skills and know-how of the past have been kept and even nurtured. And what's even better is that many workers and craftspeople were able to live this adventure of restoring Notre-Dame from a spiritual perspective. They embarked on a voyage of rediscovery of the work of their fathers and forefathers, returning a masterpiece to life. So, let us see the meaning of this renewal of Notre-Dame be a symbol for the renewal of the Church in France. I invite all of the faithful returning with joy to this church, to this cathedral, to feel a genuine pride at rediscovering their heritage. To the faithful of Paris and France, this cathedral, inhabited by the Spirit of our Lord, is yours. You are the lifeblood. Those who preceded you in your faith built it for you. The innumerable symbols and works of art are there to guide you more safely towards your encounter with the Lord. Further, Notre-Dame will soon be visited by huge crowds from all backgrounds, all religions, languages, and cultures, rediscovering Notre-Dame and through it finding joy and wealth in their own lives. The doors will be open, and I am sure that Notre-Dame will receive all comers generously. As a reflection of the Christian community and the peace which rests within it, let the peace of the presence of God, the compassion and the tenderness reach everybody. As we raise our eyes to the vaults that have rediscovered their radiance, let us share this moment of hope. I hope that the Church of France and all the people of France will benefit from the protection of Our Lady of Paris, Notre-Dame, and it is with a full heart that I send you my blessings.
The message there from the papal legate from Pope Francis to the Archbishop of Paris.
Au nom du Père et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit.
Of the congregation, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the peace be with you.
Notre-Dame a connu l'absence. Aujourd'hui,
Our Lady has been absent. Today, it feels the presence of those who have come together. Notre-Dame has known darkness. Today, it rediscovers radiant light, which shines on our lives. Notre-Dame has known silence. Today, it rediscovers the joy of voices and music and praise to God. And that is why I will now ask God to bless this organ, awaking it from its sleep, so that it can sing the praise to God.
Seigneur notre Dieu, beauté toujours ancienne et toujours nouvelle, ta sagesse garde l'univers dans l'harmonie, ta grâce donne à la terre sa beauté. À toi la louange incessante du cœur des anges, qui contemple la splendeur de ta face. À toi le chant des étoiles, dans leur course régulière à travers l'univers. À toi l'acclamation unanime des rachetés qui te chantent, Dieu saint, dans leur cœur, de leurs lèvres, par leur vie.
The Archbishop now calls for the organ to sound and to play again the music that will lead the liturgy and praise of this revived cathedral.
Qui monte vers toi soit plus digne de ta gloire. Nous te demandons de bénir cet orgue pour qu'il accomplisse de son harmonie nos louanges et nos prières et que nos cœurs te chantent dans l'Esprit Saint. Par le Christ notre Seigneur. Éveille-toi, orgue, instrument sacré, entonne la louange de Dieu, notre Créateur et notre Père.
The Archbishop will incant again for the organ to reply for a second time, and there will be 8 of these.
Mort et ressuscité pour nous.
And the 3 principal members of the music fraternity, Olivier Latry, Vincent Dubois, Thierry Esquiaich, will play along with Thibault Fajol, and they will take it in turns to play in response to each of the incantations from the Archbishop, bringing the dexterity of this grand organ, which survived the fire but was damaged by it and has been totally restored. And as you can see, it is being celebrated as a leading part of the liturgy of Notre-Dame. Its dialogue to that worship is so key and critical as it forms a frame around the great West End rose window.
Orgue, instrument sacré, chante l'Esprit Saint qui anime nos vies du souffle de Dieu.
The organ of Notre-Dame was built by the organ builder Aristide Cavalcol in the 19th century. It has 8,000 pipes, terribly contaminated by the lead, and it had to be totally dismantled. It's been cleaned and reassembled. This process took a great deal of time, but 6 months to tune the organ. This operation was always carried out at night when the construction site was quiet. The instrument did not undergo any substantial modification except for the rebuilding of that part of the choir organ up at the end closest to the camera now. But for the Archbishop, who will continue the incantations, inviting the organist to respond with improvisation.
Orgue, instrument sacré, élève nos chants et nos prières vers Marie, la mère de Jésus.
And rightly for Notre-Dame, reflecting upon the beauty of Mary, the Mother of Christ. And her depictions are everywhere in this great cathedral, revived as they are after the fire, perhaps never more powerfully than in the statue that sits at the centre and beside and in front of the altar here in Notre-Dame. been magical as sexpartite vaults that hold up this great roof here, which protected the building so much during the fire, as again the Archbishop incants the organ to capture a strong element of the worship here.
Orgue, instrument sacré, apporte le réconfort de la foi à ceux qui sont dans la peine.
Calling again for the organ to come alive at the heart of this great cathedral. This is one of the great traditions of organists to improvise, to take a theme and to lift it through imagination and an understanding of the rudiments and theory of music into a moment of thought and worship in music.
Orgue, instrument sacré, soutient la prière des chrétiens.
And the organ builds up now, perhaps rather like the spire rising up over Paris to show the splendour of its power and magnificence in this restored cathedral as it sings out to the magnificence of what it represents and the music it can convey.
Orgue, instrument sacré, proclame gloire au Père, au Fils et au Saint-Esprit.
The final incantation now complete, and the organ will respond as it has now been revived into its service as it fills this cathedral with the full panoply of its 8,000 pipes. With the organ revived into worship, we now start the singing of the office, which will start with a Marian hymn, a hymn to the Holy Virgin.
Que le Seigneur, qui est digne de toute louange, nous accorde de le chanter sur terre, de bouche, de cœur et par toute notre vie, et qu'il nous donne de chanter au ciel le cantique nouveau éternellement. Par le Christ notre Seigneur.
The words are, Holy Virgin, God has chosen you. And it reflects that Notre-Dame is dedicated, as it was by kings of France in history, to the worship and representation of the Holy Virgin. will now move into the recognition of the Psalms. And the Psalms themselves, which echo what monks would have prayed daily here in Notre-Dame. They would have prayed 7 times a day, nuns and monks and priests. And in Christianity, the faithful are invited to pray with these psalms, which recount the states of human life through joy, sadness, anguish, thanksgiving, anger, and hope. We will now hear a reading from St. Paul's letter to the Ephesians, which will draw a comparison between the material temple made up of assembled stones and the spiritual temple made up of the living people.
Lecture de la lettre de Saint Paul, apôtre aux Éphésiens. Ainsi donc, vous n'êtes plus des étrangers, ni des gens de passage. Vous êtes concitoyens des saints. Vous êtes membres de la famille de Dieu. Car vous avez été intégrés dans la construction qui a pour fondation les apôtres et les prophètes. Et la pierre angulaire, c'est le Christ Jésus lui-même. En lui, toute la construction s'élève harmonieusement pour devenir un temple saint.
In the letter, St. Paul tells those who read that it is always important to reflect that building a temple out of stone, with the strength and importance of the building, it can be reflected in the lives of people and those who believe. And now we move on to the homily, which is the chance of the Archbishop himself to give his sermon, an explanation of those words.
À Dieu, le Père de tous, en cette soirée bénie. Nous avons été dans l'attente de ce jour depuis 5 années.
We have been awaiting this day for 5 years, and here we are. So we pay thanks for the incredible work of reconstruction carried out with great energy and a commitment to the success for the joy of all, quite clearly, for the satisfaction of having met an unprecedented challenge. And we must not forget to say that it has also served the image of France, because the artisans have shown incredible skill in restoring this ancient site. It is wonderful praise to God to achieve what looked impossible. We have heard that God lifts up the poor and the deprived to sit amongst the princes of his people. And it is not just the princes, the dignitaries, the heads of our countries who should occupy seats in this cathedral, but those who might not think that they are worthy of entering into a church because they believe it to be reserved for those who have always visited it, for those who know the various codes and how to respect them, for those who know how to sing, how to recite prayer, to those who have clear moral behavior. But the word church is one not only of a building, but a community, and the cornerstone of this church is Christ. Anyone who has grown in Christianity understands the importance of brotherly spirit. And that spirit means that the door is open to all, even if they are a passerby, even if they are a stranger, even if they are not used to the customs here. They may simply remain a visitor, pausing in this space to be inspired by beauty and delight, inner peace and the beneficial presence of the Spirit of this building, but also of Christ. And Christ opens his heart to strangers. Christ, the Son of the Virgin Mary, who we honor here in this church, this cathedral, so harmonious in its proportions, so oriented towards the mysteries of Christ, is the sign of the immense joy of faith, shared by millions of men, women, children, the elderly, the ill, the disabled. This church, this cathedral, speaks to so many people. It has done for centuries. And it has kept an unmistakable identity, while at the same time becoming enriched over these centuries, enabling it to enter into dialogue with each age. In other centuries, it gained a reputation which we now recognize. It is like a message that sounds down the ages, across borders as well. Welcome to all those who come here, whether you are Christian or not, whether you are believers or not. The Virgin Mary opens her arms to you, lends her ear to you, and presents to you her Son, Jesus Christ, who today and always opens his heart to you.
We move on now to the singing of the Magnificat, which was sung by the Virgin Mary when she met with her cousin Elizabeth. And it is a celebration by her, where she says, "My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour. For he hath regarded the lowliness of his handmaiden. For behold, from henceforth all generations shall call me blessed. For he that is mighty hath magnified me, and holy is his name." The Archbishop is preparing the thurible, which the thurifer who carries it will shortly incense the statue of the Virgin Mary that survived the burning. And as everyone looks towards this icon of Notre-Dame, which has been seen as one of the great surviving elements of its artistry, this representation of the Virgin Mary who, in the Bible, sang the Magnificat and gave the words that are now being sung by the choir. One of the most moving occasions when the Magnificat was sung here in Notre-Dame was after the liberation of France in 1945, and President Charles de Gaulle, who had led the French forces of liberation and became the figurehead of the nation in its liberation, was present and knelt before this high altar with the people of France, celebrating too Mary herself for the liberation of their nation. The congregation will now be led in the intercessions, which is a gathering of prayers for all those present, not least for those in need and the desires of the whole world. And perhaps we will see many of those heads of state and government who are here, whose nations face the challenges of that world.
All of those who come to this cathedral will be able to taste and see the beauty of this cathedral and the beauty of God. We pray to the Lord. For our brothers and sisters who suffer in their body and soul, may Saint Geneviève and Saint Denis, the patron saints of Paris, intervene. Through their intercession, let them find comfort and support. We pray to the Lord for this. For all of the peoples of earth, for those who carry the heavy burden of governing, and for those who suffer the horrors of war, may we all seek and find justice and the path to fraternity.
l'Église, répandue à travers le
for the
monde entier,
church,
afin qu'éclairée par la
spread
parole
throughout
de
the
vérité
world,
et conduite par l'Esprit de sainteté,
to deliver light through the word of truth
les
and
merveilles de Dieu pour
proclaim
les hommes.
the marvels
Prions le Seigneur.
of God for men.
Pour que nous sachions nous émerveiller de la splendeur
So
de
that
la
we may
création,
marvel at the splendor of creation that has been
pour que nous
entrusted
la
to us,
respections et la
that we may
transmettions aux
respect it
générations
and
futures.
pass it on to future
Prions le
generations.
Seigneur.
We pray to the Lord.
Praeceptis salutaribus moniti, et divina institutione formati, odemus dicere.
The Archbishop concludes the intercessions and takes the congregation into the Lord's Prayer, the prayer that Jesus Christ taught his followers. We now move to the blessing by the Archbishop at the conclusion of this worship.
À l'intercession de la Vierge Marie, Notre-Dame et notre Mère, fais-nous demeurer en ta présence, pour que nos cœurs s'ouvrent à toi et à notre prochain, jusqu'au jour où tous rassemblés, nous te bénirons éternellement. Par Jésus-Christ, ton Fils, notre Seigneur, qui vit et règne avec toi dans l'unité du Saint-Esprit, Dieu pour les siècles des siècles.
The Archbishop will put on his mitre and deliver the blessing.
Le Seigneur soit avec vous. Que le nom du Seigneur soit béni. Notre secours est dans le nom du Seigneur. Et que Dieu Tout-Puissant et Miséricordieux vous bénisse et vous garde, le Père, le Fils et le Saint-Esprit.
Bénissons le Seigneur.
Nous rendons grâce à
The Archbishop of Paris has delivered the first blessing of the revived cathedral, and the service itself comes to an end, but moves into the singing of a Te Deum Laudamus, which means, God, we give you praise, to a text attributed to St. Ambrose, who was Bishop of Milan back in the 4th century. And it is regularly sung by monks on Sundays and feast days, and it is a tradition that it is sung as a celebration at the end of worship on great moments of celebration. And surely for Notre-Dame here in Paris, with the revived cathedral prepared for the worship that will begin again tomorrow with the consecration of the altar. The Archbishop has started the octave of 8 days of preparation, bringing the cathedral back into its full band of worship prior to the Christmas season.